Bury your problems, run away from your life. It's true and honest, to yourself you shouldn't lie. So full on your man, as if you were to be nice. You're fine on your face, I might say you want to be the one. I guess so, I guess so. I know you want to talk on life. You did not find this out. You are not the one that passion. You are not
I have an important announcement to make. An important announcement to make.
Yes.
Tumeenda kuangalia judges kwenye walikuwa wameingia.
Wamedisappear.
Wamepotea.
Sasa no.
Pia wamepotea. Wamesema hii ni ngumu, hatuna nguvu, hatuwezi uwezo. We give up. Give up. DJ, let us give them another 2 minutes.
DJ, just confuse them.
The more.
Confuse them more. I think tutapata good result.
Yes.
Sawa.
She like but she like to hide and seek. She can tell me say we don't but she don't want to see. She like baby money, but she like to hide and seek. She can tell me say we don't but she don't want to see. If on my head, what do you want from me? If on my head, I catch you this money. Yes, I'm too much for baby, you won't connect tomorrow you will go see some was this one more time of night you sleep and I really private jet you will sleep and I come back for my life one is the biggest of the and you say I'm living a lifestyle just as happy. See many people there outside with my I mean, yes, I'm the different, I like to say. I can say she ain't on Netflix and chill. So I try to make it in my one. If you fall in love, fairly certain. You go to breakfast, I'm not happy. And you see people, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no food as me. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feel, I just want to you got broken the business. I shall never go like you.
I told you this thing is very hot.
Yeah, even the files have been disappeared. From 34A, hakuna.
Hatukuwa tunarekodi.
Unaona mwaka kompyuta zimezima.
Hatukuwa tunarekodi.
Sasa wanakuja only cameraman ulirekodi anything?
Cameraman, do you have any recording? The judges are asking for a recording.
Sasa iko ngumu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tukutane kotini kesho.
Lakini unaona walikuwa na arrest cases. Ukusikia? This case, this case. Sasa yetu tukipenda kotini kesho si watanesi tu.
Wafili arrest.
Ni moto.
Hapa ni moto.
Hata si moto, ni moto. Hii ni moto. Hii ni moto kabisa, moto.
The only thing naona itabidi tuite wazee, tukae chini, tufukuze kila mtu, tutoe uamuzi ya wazee sasa.
White smoke. Sasa na hata hakuna kuni.
Hakuna kuni. Sasa hiyo
smoke tunatoa wapi?
Ama to preview the case.
Najua tunatoa smoke. Tear gas.
Tear gas.
Haija happen for the Mrefu police station don't want to stop. So tukuja tu to release hapa. Ama namna to release tu yende juu watu watajua.
Yeah, yes.
Lakini sasa nani ata release? Tumimi sitaki kukaa karibu na yeye tatoa machozi.
Wacha tuangalie ule.
Tuangalie nani hapa na goggles. Nani hapa na goggles.
Kuna watu wakitoa goggles hingi wanabadilika.
Nimeona kwenye ametoa goggles. Lakini wako wengi.
Wako wengi.
Yeah. Wako wengi. Hao ndio tutatuma tu hao hata yes.
Wacha tungoje bingo.
Huyo ndio na release. Hata usimwangalie sana, naweza kumrelease hapo.
Haya, DJ utatupea muziki because imekuwa tough. Pia sisi ukiona tunatoroka kule nje, tunaenda discussion, tunaanza kuulizana which is which. Pia sisi tunapiga kura zetu huko, lakini so far tuko draw. Hatujapata mshindi, so far bado tuko draw. DJ utatupea muziki alafu Emily Chepchumba. Haya, back to you DJ.
body, see what you carry. I want you money, think I want it all. If you be happy, don't say for me, I love you. I could be all my own. Don't be I need a girl, I over, take it to the end of the road. I see what you do. You put your body to it. I can feel you moving, oh, I can feel the vibration of your body moving. You put your body to it. I can feel what you doing, oh, baby. I need to go, baby. I need over, baby. Take you to the end of the road. I need to go, baby. I need over. I can feel you crazy, girl. Give you my necklace, give you my last life, I show you my best. I can feel you crazy, girl. Give you my necklace, show you my best friend. I give you my last life, anything I do, I jump from the picking from there. I jump from the picking from there. When you have the picking from there, you go. Give you my last life, I show you my best friend. I got feeling this girl, give you my necklace, show you my best friend. I give you my last life, anything I do, I think I do Stacking up my money, no that money. Only for that boy, I don't pay for your bills. Me no fighting, me no fighting. Throwing that down from bungalow to cafe. I did my best house, you got me no fighting. It's not your first time now, not your own time now. You know I'm not your problem. You can't be my brother. So now you're not only moving back. One thing for God. We are both not
Thank you, DJ. Haya, hii tutaitangaza officially. Mabibi na mabwana wanaoingia ndio ni majaji wetu, tuwape makofi. Haya, tunapiga makofi ya nyayo. Makofi ya nyayo ilikuwa ni haya: 1, 2, karibu wageni wa heshima, majaji, asante, mketi, asante sana. Hey, everybody is waiting.
We were worried. And then we were worried.
Mko okay?
Tuliwatafuta tukafikiria mumeenda missing. We left group.
One of your member akarudi from 34A ilikuwa imedisappear, but we have discussed.
Now we need to go back to the Supreme Court to withdraw a case we had filed on a matter of urgency. Kwa sababu mlikuwa mmetoroka, tukasema hii iamuliwe na Supreme Court. So allow us to go back and retrieve that document before the Chief Justice aiangalie. Mama unasemaje?
Hivyo.
Itabidi.
At this juncture, mimi nataka nijitoe aste mwendo kinyonga. Hapa kile ambacho kinaenda kuonekana hapa, hii ni zaidi ya vita ya Russia na Ukraine. Matokeo yanaenda kutokea hapa.
Sasa vile umesema ni vita ya Ukraine, ama ni NATO, kama ni kamiso ile ya Afrika.
Wait and see part 2.
Wait and see part 2. Lakini judges, we've got you covered. Tumeongea na OCS wa area hii. Tumeongea na OCS, tukasema ukishindwa, tulikuwa tumeidentify wazee wa kupeleka ndio waende waongee na Bwana Walter. Au wazee wanaweza keti, alafu tuchukue tear gas kutoka huko kwa police to release. Watu watajua tuko na verdict. Na wale wenye wata release tulisema ni watu wenye goggles. Hatujastaja Lilian, lakini watu wenye wako na goggles kama yeye ndio wata release.
No. So, na ukishindwa sana anguka chini, ambulance iko.
It's never serious for us, but it's very serious for you. So karibuni sana.
I will be back.
I will see. Uwanja ni wewe. Peperuseni.
Wasisema wakusikia vizuri.
Okay, is it afternoon?
Yes.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to say I'm really proud of you boys and girls. I was seated there and I was like, wow, I wish these were my kids. I'm proud of you. It was a tough one, let me be honest. So we'll go straight to the points, what we observed as judges. Male team, you had good command of English, strong points, citations well articulated, quotations cited well, observed, reducing skills good. Eldoret team, same, good command of English, we are proud of you guys, strong points, observed, citations well used, speakers, very confident, no need of materials, that one was kudos. Reducing skills, you are all good. Good boys and girls. Overall remarks to the team. Strong proposals, strong points. We are urging you to stop relying so much on reading your materials. maybe you still have a chance to go to the next round, please. You had a lot of time mastering your points. Come here strong with all the confidence, giving out your points. The Eldoret team, the same they observed, you are good. No materials needed, good. And good and relevant citations, excellent reading skills. Now, hey, we got to what you are really waiting for. It was the difference is 2 points. Let me start from there with your answer. 2 points. Those are the difference. Exactly 2 points.
Unajoma.
Okay, number 2. Number 2, it goes to Eldoret. Number 1, Team Mero.
Wait.
Team Mero 156.25. Team Eldoret 154.25. 2 points difference. Was that not one?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, on that bombshell,
Sina la kusema,
hatuna uwezo,
tumegiva, twende lunch.
twendeni lunch. Na lunch. Wakina yangu ni wapi? Umepotea? Hapana, iko mtu mzima iko wapi? But anyway, lunch will be served when you had your tea. So now when we had our tea, that's where lunch is served. So we shall go there, have our lunch, and then we come back. Now, because of time, can we do 40 minutes? I will tell the people serving to give you straws. The fruit de haraka, na straw, namaliza haraka. So, lunch will be served and make sure you get a straw. You get a what? Straw, go to fruit de haraka. So, let us wait for lunch, and then when we come back, we'll have 3 more debates. Kisumu and Mombasa, Eldoret na watu wa Nairobi, alafu Mombasa na Meru. Watu wa Nairobi msikuletea tafadhali. Na hii tunasema specifically Nairobi ya chini, sile ya juu. All right, let's break for lunch, guys. My online team. Yes, lunch is served online. Thank you. Give me the
just one. It's a perfect. We only got one life, so it's my birthday. Give me 2 shots, it's my birthday. I'll be out here, right now, I'm gonna get it all. It's my birthday. Give me 4 shots for my birthday. Gonna make this you make I can find me. Here's your blessing. Take it to a point.
Ujaribu tu. Yes. Nasikika. You can.
Anybody who fight you, and then compare you. I'll be right beside you. I don't want to change you. They don't know what's going on. When I kiss you, baby, I feel so down for you. I'm guessing it's time for you. You should know what I got. I don't need to got with you. I'll be right beside you. In anything that you do. If you know how to see, I'll be related to you. I'm related to you. Related to you. Anyway, that you do. Related to you. I'm related to you. Related to you. Anyway, that you do. In the mix with Doughboy. I gotta say, from the talking not to play. I'm all for the battle today. You don't make my letters, no baby. I know it's empty, but it's even on the defense. This kind of difference. You don't make it on the press, I'm not afraid of finding out again. I was coming, baby, and you know the things. We don't want to me and it, cause you're making me senseless, giving me nightmares. So you wanna make it me and you, oh no. Everybody does it, cause you don't get tired, everybody does it, cause you don't get tired. Suddenly my life, it shouldn't be your life. I don't wanna change your life. Baby, come close to this. You and I need to this. Baby, stay by stay. Baby, my day. Baby, smile my day. Baby, know something. Baby, Nikora, Nikora, Shaka, Nikora, baby, I'm sorry, give me your heart to give me your heart to Asubuhi ndio naingia geti, usijali tunaenda kunyanyua mwili safi. It's a Monday, but I wanna find it hard. Tuesday, but I wanna find it hard. So goes down there, baby go down there. I forgot to talk to me. Tuliza my lena, siji chochi ni tip. Kita komeza ni down, nifty. Kita tuende twane kogeza. Kini dai ni one player.
Kama ulu koneza ngoa kudunga era na mahanga peusoma kokani kutoka na kutoka kibonga sasa na hii kitu kilifukani pia sasa na hii kitu sisi boya sisi pia kiavia kama tabanja ni tobazi tunaanza ni kwa sisi tindua kanzu kudunga era itabidi kanzu
baby go down there nafuka unatoka kumeza tuliza my lena siji chochi ni kita komeza ni down there kidai tuende twane kogeza kini dai Getting all this love on the fan page, and plus I kill it on the damn stage. Eating my competition like pancakes. Ushoto goes when he's up there, my job is. When he brasi pesquisa con my sunset. When he bobby was a bishop and I judges. In fact, I was walking across the latches. You had to know what you think, some of this rampage. You think you can just do some people this man spade. I'm a G, and I'm a nigga that I can't straight. Don't think you really give me that you want this man spray. After her drama, you go for Shante. Now he's the man who's up for you on the branches. You shut the mouth, and you don't come up on the way. What are these people who come by? Yours are trying to get it. You wise, you don't like it.
Polis panakubaya, tengo ako pinamahadlang kami sinakubaya. Kasi oy, tinansam, hizo itekaya. Sinisha talisa, iko domiliwa akwaya. Chungwa na pamela, shule moja ndani ya kwaya. Sikuizi kila na meza mara moja mkakwaya. Naregeza na flash, kami hana chaya. Tino akila kitu hanaga ni haya. Mtotongo kiiko kiri utakataa. Hakunaga masomo kiri umekataa. Unapeleka kwenye fast ya introduction. Baada ya ukibidi ya shachua ya production.
tulewe. Sina ndo lakini lazima pombe. Sherehe pombe bila pombe. Hapa kwa basho leo pombe. Pombe. Shida nikilewa pombe. Na kuwa muongo sana. Shida nikilewa pombe. Naongea kizungu sana. Shida nikilewa pombe. Nimza watu ni wademu sana. Kila mtu drink basi. Wewe kwa chakula. Kila mtu ana pombe. Kila mtu ana pombe. Basi.
Hata mfimbepa, bado nitawasha. Hata mfungeka, bado nitamasha. Hata mfichena, no kakapanda. Jua kikima ketupa, kakapanda. Bado unataka pia, bado unataka pia. Bado unataka pia. Omena kiso komenge. Omena kiso komenge. Omena kiso komenge. I'm so fucking popular. Omena kiso komenge.
DJ Kim with DJ. One meditate. I'm high on life. One meditate. So allow me to enjoy. So let me show. Every day different color. Mama with the show. I just wanna be every day. If you get it from my money, then goes one man, make you touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, pass, make you touch it. If you get it from my money, then goes one man, make you touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Shut up and bend over. Let your back up, let your fucking over. So back up and bend over. Let your back up, let your fucking over. Say, I'm the top of I want to be happy. I want to dance everybody. Do you really want party? I just wanna party every day. If you gotta do one money talking, then goes one ten make you touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. If you gotta do one money talking, then goes one ten make you touch it, touch it, touch it. She wants a dance and I wait tonight. She don't want to see me again. And I fall down me I wait tonight. She not call on my phone. She say I'm so you tell me that you're missing you and it's me. You know that you don't care she got questions for serious. I put it in line for me. So crazy, you're really good on me nicely. You're riding it, I'm sliding it. Really, I'm too less rising it. Oh, my spread is so wide. Girl, I'm right for me. She has a knife for me, yeah. It's your body already, now she wants. Let it go now, not to sound. Hey, I know fish out. It's your body already, now she wants. I'm on the screen, no shots. That boy been a freedom. You like money and this spread like me. Still I come for you and you floating. You know what money then I get it. I'm really happy next week for reason. I'm So crazy, nice with you, right? Sliding, already I told me slightly. Come on, spreading so bright. Early I am nice for me. She has a nice for me. See how lucky I be. Now she my house, really don't have to sound. She really official to me. See how lucky I be. Now she my house, I'm on the street. You know, I never meant it. You know, let's got the word. If you had a stop, I showed you my best friend. I thought we did it together. Give you my best friend. Show you my best friend. I give you my last time spend. Everything like you right. Give you my last stop, I showed you my best friend. I thought we didn't get it together. Give you my best friend. Show you my best friend. I give you my last stop, would you like me Blessing for my heart, and I got that. You go feel that. Blessing for the Maya, blessing for the Maya. I don't wanna be back in home. I don't wanna go back to where they go. Nobody stress me, stop me, I say my God. I don't wanna be back in home. I don't wanna go back to where they go. Nobody stress me, stop and in my best house, you can be no fighting. It is not your first time down, not come down. You know I'm not your problem. You can't give me my problem. So now you're down, only moving down. You want me to farm, oh, go Larry, okay. It's okay, I can see. Trouble no dey dey, carry on dey. Okay, we go dey okay. I just want Don't get it twisted. Don't get it fancy, that shit is distance. Some people are walking out branded. If you lost my peace, then I go take my leave. If you don't need money, do not disturb me, please. If you lost my peace, that's how much blessings me. If you don't need money, do not disturb me, please. I just it is what it is. If you have a desire, if you have a desire, please somebody you have. See I'm touching your sky, it's too much in my sky, it's desire. Somebody talk about addiction, but the money I lose. Let me tell you something about this must be better than last year. It's your heart, your is your heart. It's your heart. And it's easy, my heart. She's all to get to my heart. And it's easy, my heart. Only love right now. It's my heart. She's all to get to my heart. I'm on this you don't make it, girl. Stay away now. Shiba, Shiba, you don't make me sing out. Shiba, oh Shiba, don't make me pull the trigger. Shiba, I can't go never. Shiba, oh
In the mix with No Coins, DJ Candidate D.
I'm the one for you. I really have to be the one. You're the fire. I do. Yeah, I'm the one for you. I know that I own my love. So I can give you my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. It's making me good. I feel like I own my life. So I can give you my life. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Let me just kill this love me. Still me go on and don't ever count me. Alright, do me every day. When I get to my life, I stay. I free every time today. From your agenda to my stay. I'm gonna go down to blessing on. Today I use more people my God. Show me how you go, show me my God. We be the same, I will walk it down. Give me access to VIP. Oh, I said, I never pressure. I don't let things die. Say nothing to the yeah. Una de cono navi. Yeah. Say nothing to the yeah. Una de cono navi. Yeah. Sexy love what she need from my body, I need. Yeah, sexy kisses, you know she need from my lips. Yeah, my sex has everything only better she breathe. I wanna look into her eyes, I know that she gonna never get enough of me. Your body hanging like me, when we do it, skin to skin. And as we hold the increase, I feel the breathe in your feet. Shorty said she feeling so, she can manage and she is for this. Shorty give me the kiss, flash from my chest and my knees. get in the pizza. I just say my mind from this guy. I just be the piano pizza. I'm me shine till you go far. I just be back. This time I go traffic from this time. Should be the player. This time. Kilometers. I don't want to make kilometers. From the teacher, I don't take the game from the pizza. I just say my mind from the distance. So this be the piano pizza. In the time I give you this juice, but the other like this juice. Oh my God, I'm a this juice. That's why everybody like this. Kilometers. I don't want to make kilometers. Take a picture, he just come, I just got rich, he just come. And what you come from? Looking like a product of it, don't come down. I come from the share of the I'm saying, I don't come share of the look at the kids, I'm share of the kilometers. I don't want to make from the teacher. I don't take the game from the pizza. I just say what my from this class. So this be the piano pizza. This is the big deal. That's not what I said.
In the mix with the dope boy, DJ Kennedy. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel nothing. I don't want to wait for this. Let me have you in my mouth again, please. When I can't have you, I want that one I can't hold you. When you and I want to, you know I still come through. Give it all, yeah. Bye-bye. Every time I think I don't know. I don't want to do everything. Let me have you in my mouth. If you ever want me, if you want me, I want you.
There's enough of the stress. The way I run the game, you feeling like breath. No, like Moses part of the Red Sea, like a chauffeur, me in the back of the bed. So I step up, all white, and say, what you want? Rosé, champagne, I got that. Take it back pain, taking the pill, it's time for checking. So we toasted a good life, living every day to the full, come on, good night. Pull up on this pipe from those and listen to the melody, but the chick, please come on, the Jesus, tonight.
Alright.
Make sure to listen to it one time. What shall we do today? Yo, right to love. What we saying? It's all about the so you have to do I'm in San Francisco. What we say? What we say one time? Come
Oh no. Wakati wanafanya kugombea kiti, wanadanganyana na vyazo kuchiti. Hicho kiponyanyalisha kwa kiditi na magoma kipigo kukavu kiti. Ninachojua masela kugombani kuna viki numa na singishi hela. Wanajua vijiki mafua nikakwadera. Watu wanataka muziki kumi mwanangu singela. Yapenda kimatiki onanana muziki haumeza. Haweza kukima na kuteza. Ona kunipendeza ni majirani wameanza kunigeza. Muziki haumeza haweza kukima na kuteza. Ona kunipendeza ni majirani wameanza kunigeza.
Hakuna pre-recording rasa. Au kusema nilifanya tena. No, chief, reduce margin. Reduce margin.
Acha kupenda Mkenya bwana.
Huko kwa hii. Haonekani.
Become the best. Train at Nick D DJ Academy. Book your spot now. Call 0718 004 457.
All this serious hesitation, come and holla. You don't impress me cause you try to holla. No secret cause I know you know why I love you. So save the drama for the film. You only want to see me at the moment. I can't believe you're unreasonable.
Sorry if I did you wrong. I'm sorry if I did you wrong.
Sikupata hiyo kama. Inasaidia.
So I'd like to get my participants ready. Judges, because we're about to start the afternoon session. Wale kuleta gesi, sijui gesi my gesi, cause it beats my soul.
I don't know. Hebu nitaangalia.
Kizungu mkuti.
Kizungu imefunikwa na makuti.
Okay. Right about now tunaenda Mombasani, Kisumu na Mombasani. Yaani hizi ni lake and sea.
Yes. Kijana tunasema na mlolo na chumbi.
Na mlolo na chumbi.
Na chumbi.
Haya. Tunaenda tuone kama maji ya bahari yatazidiwa na maji ya mto. Ya ziwa. Nilikuwa nataka nione kama watu wako active. Wanataka nione kama watu wako active. Tunasema karibuni kwa wale ambao wana participate. Hizi vitu ni simple like kutaja kusema jina lako na kusema oh my god.
Okay.
Yes. Tumeona hapa watu wanapita tu katikati.
Kama katikati yao. Hatujamuona kutoka ile siku alisema anapita. Bado tunangoja tu. But anyway, we're about to start our afternoon session. So if you are out there, please come closer. And those who are in the holding groups, holding group, tunataka tu watu wenye wanachungulia. Karibu, you are in the right place.
Karibu. Tunapeana nini?
Hapa ndio CDF iko.
Haya. Okay, nadhani
haya.
Kisumu
watu wa Dallas,
Watu wa tuanza unajua unaharibu. Tunaanza na watu wa Kisumu ndani. Watu wa Dallas.
Si Dallas. Dallas.
Watu wa Dallas.
Texas.
Nadhani watu wa Dallas wako in the house.
Watu wa Dallas.
Watu wa Dallas.
Watu wa Dallas, Texas. Huko. Don't wave your hand. Wave your gadget. Namna hivi. Alafu sasa watu wa Mombasani.
Tuko na watu wa Mombasani.
Watu wa Mombasani. Hawako. Watu wageni waheshimiwa wako wote. And then judges niko? Judges are they there?
Mpiga picha wetu ama photocopy wetu ama photocopy uko safi. Haya,
watu wa online lunch break iko sawa.
Nadhani umekula kwa macho.
Nilikuwa nakula online.
So na muendelee hivyo.
Yes. Very good.
Haya, kama kawa tunataka DJ akaribishe watu wa Dallas.
Watu wa Dallas. Yes, Texas.
Unajua hapa kila mtu anakuja na malengo aina yake. Wacha tuone watu wa Dallas jinsi watakuja, alafu baada ya hapo tutakuwa tunaenda Mombasani, alafu baada ya hapo kazi itakuwa ni kwako. Na kabla hiyo utapeana kwanza zile sheria.
Wacha wakuje kwanza.
Okay.
Kuna kitu yenye tulidiscover. We discovered fuel somewhere. Na unajua fuel is very important. So, take us to Dallas, Texas.
Watu wa Dallas unakuja na hiyo. Weka laini. Watu wa Dallas. Asante sana. Watu wa Dallas, sheria na masharti. Round in lunchtime edition. Haya, tusiketi, tusimame. Watu wa Dallas tunafanya tofauti. Nimekuja na ndio hii yako iko written, yangu ni ya mdomo.
It's okay sana.
Si tukaribishe watu kutoka Mombasani.
Tukaribishe.
Sisi tuko Rift Valley.
We have roti. Sasa hiyo ndio yao.
Tunashachoka.
Ya kesi.
Sasa endelea tu baba. Niko sawa.
My friend.
Penye umeanza kwenda huko, ongea Kiswahili nielewa. Watu ya Kisumu, watu ya Kumwa reli, watu muko sipige makofi.
Nini yako?
Mko sawa? Haya. But by the way, we are not here about politics. Hiyo tuiweke kando. Okay. Nadhani nitakuwa na kuachia awamu hii.
Sawa,
tupeleka
tutaendelea vizuri. Pole. Alafu tuone vile tutakuwa.
Mimi nangoja tu.
They bring the fire, the others return the fire, they exchange the fire.
Judges watatuliza hiyo fire.
Usiongee watulize sahihi. Watulize jioni. Sawa. Guys, you can take your seats. Just a quick reminder of our rules. The rules still stay the same. Each contestant has 2 minutes on the podium. You'll share your points, you will rebut any comment that has come from the opposing team. You have the right to rebut and to clarify your points as well. After all the 5 contestants have gone through, I will ask the first contestant to come back to the podium and rebut, add more points, but you only have a minute to do that. Sawa sawa, tuko pamoja? Watu wa Mombasani, nyinyi ndio umeingia hapa, you can see some familiar faces. DJ, ile sauti yetu. Kale ka sauti. Ukisikia hapo ka sauti time imeisha. Hebu kakuje tena. Yes. If you hear that sound, it means your 2 minutes are over, or your 1 minute is over if you have come to rebut. Sawa sawa. Okay. Now there's something else that I want us to share. I'll keep emphasizing on this as we move forward. I noticed that once the verdict was made by the judges, we all felt it is done. Tumeshinda, tumeshinda. Ama tumeshindwa, tumeshindwa. I noticed that there was a and I needed to come back and make this announcement. Remember, as the opposing team, who is your other competitor? Your other competitor is not the proposing team. Your other competitor is the other teams that are opposing that motion. The same case for the proposers. Your ultimate competitor are the other teams that are proposing the motion. In this debate, there are your competitors, but at the end of this debate, each team will be given an average score by the judges. Using those scores, I'll put all the proposers on one side with their scores and all the opposers on the other side with their scores. The best winner, the best proposer, 1, 2, and 3, the best opposer, 1, 2, and 3, based on the final score that the judge would have pronounced on this podium. Based on that, those are the teams that will proceed to the next level. So, you could have won the motion, but with a small scoreline. Somebody else will still win the same motion, but with a bigger scoreline. Between the two of you, you'll be a winner for the battle, but the person who has won the war is the one with the most points. We are together. We are together. Tuko sawa. Tumeelewa. So losing does not mean that's the end. You will have lost, but with so many points that somebody else in the same category as you. So you still have a chance of going to the next level. So with that said, and I hope it's understood by the contestants, I'll keep repeating this. I'll keep emphasizing on this for the rest of the day. But for now, I think let the debate begin. As I said, it's never serious. It's never serious. At the end of the day, we are still one SOS, isn't it? So as you come to the podium, enjoy the moment. It's your 2 minutes of fame and glory. Enjoy. 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 So ladies and gentlemen, let the debate begin and let the best team win. I know this one will be a firecracker. Itakuwa fireworks, I tell you. So let's open the floor to contestant number 1. proposing the motion said child participation in reintegration is better than reintegration without child participation. Karibu.
From SOS Kisumu. Station. Child participation. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 53, and the Children Act, child participation is enshrined and strongly emphasized. It is hereby where I strongly say that it is a criminal offense. It's right, and that is highly punishable as per the Kenyan law. Even that, it is not debatable. Mr. Director, it is, you know very well that it is a criminal to violate this right. Even you, my fellows, it is a criminal. We are not going to talk about that. Back to my second point. Child participation guides case management in that in the identification of both and long-term needs of the child are discussed. Third point. First-hand information is easily accessible due to child participation, and in cases of children with special needs, they can easily be addressed. My fourth point. A fruitful outcome will be seen if the child is involved, since the child is able to make decisions on very crucial matters that affect him or her. My fifth point. The child participation ensures that medical needs of the child is achieved. Where we have cases of special needs, this one, due to the child participation, the professional and the parties will be able to see the areas where the child needs assistance. And my last point, where I finally conclude by saying, the child should be involved in the integration process simply because during the process of taking the child to the various institutions, the child was involved. Then I don't see the need when we want to integrate the child, we are saying that the child is not involved. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michael Moko is my official names. Lightning will make you light, thunder will make you thunder, but debate will make you wonder why me and my great crew are here to battle down the motion that child participation is better than without child participation in integration. I released my first bullet whereby we say that reintegration itself, it is time consuming and resource consuming. Hence, involving this child, it will be more challenging. Why do I say this? Because reintegration is a process, not an event. It takes approximately 3 years. Now tell me, all this time used, all these resources used, then by the end of it all, the child says, I don't want to bring my relatives or I don't want to be integrated. Is that not wasted? I still release my second bullet, whereby we say that child participation in reintegration is just a cunning way in which adults are using in order to clear the mistakes that they committed at the first place. Why do I say this? I personally, I agree that reintegration is good. Even the UNCLC supports that the child should be supported from his home place. My main concern is, why do you involve the child? Why should you involve the child? Because the child never found himself into this children's home by him or herself, but it is two adult parties that came, sat together, and they thought this was the best idea to bring up this child. Why don't you do the same at this point, whereby you want to take the child back? And by that, I want to ask a question that my fellow proposers are saying, that in Article 15 of the UNCRC that says child participation should be there. Why did you not involve child participation when you are bringing the child into children's home? I still release my third bullet, oh sorry, let's say bullet. My third mistake, which is going to kill all, whereby we say that child participation, it has been tested. Why is it so? Because we trace back at the time whereby teachers used to select students, schools were at peace. But when students came to select their own leaders, schools were on flame all over. Now, by that, I think, may the motion rest in peace. Thank you.
Tumeshakuwa kwa motion. The motion is now dead. It's good. It's good. It's good. Contestant number 2. Contestant number 2. Will you take this line down? Ama hapana? Karibu.
People have been given the ability to look, but the ability to see great things is vested in the brain. So, allow Pauline and Court to strongly oppose the motion that says child participation in the integration without the child's participation. As my fellow have just said here, I want to come. The child will feel loved. Yes, I belong here. I've been accepted here in this background. I belong here. I'm loved here. That's where I belong. Yeah. And on to my third point, it ensures the sense of value of the child because the opinion of the child is considered. In that, when you ask a child, if you involve this child in this participation, it will ensure that the child has some value because the opinions are ensured that this opinion of this child is going to help us in making decisions that is best for the child. And there is something called the integration package for your knowledge. And someone is able to be directed on how to use the integration package. It always some amount of money that you give them, and when you give them the amount of money, they are professionals. If you're involved, they are professionals that are going to come there. They're going to enable you to educate you more on how to use this integration package. If you're not involved, you're just going to be there and you're just going to say, I want this. But when you have a professional that are going to help you in that point of the integration package, then someone is going to be able to use the integration package wisely. That's a child. Thank you.
Inaanza kukua moto, they are breathing fire, they are returning fire, they are exchanging fire. I hope you don't have more fire, please. Contestant number 2. I hope you don't have fire to take back because the missiles, the bullets, yeah. Hey, inaanza kukua moto mapema.
I like arguments. I like debating. I don't expect someone to just sit here and agree with all I have to say. That's not their job. Zawadi, Sultan City, opposing the motion that child participation in reintegration is better without. My first point, child participation is impractical. At what age should child participation be considered? Let's start at conception. I hope you all agree. How will child participation happen at such a stage? Put it different, I'm imagining a 2-year-old earmarked for reintegration or reunification. How can child participate in such an involving issue? To my second point, child participation is dragging a dead horse, just as public relationship exercises. When adults sit down and agree that some children are going to be reintegrated, let's say from certain institution, I bet that is a concluded matter. Children will be brought in, free talked and made to send concepts that they do not understand. So, how can you involve a child? To my third point, naturally, adults have been bestowed with the responsibilities of making decisions promoted. will be held in my own before it out so that you can feel it. It is better to start late and move ahead than never to come and regret. Thank you.
Conspiracy theory now, organized. Okay, to the rescue. Serikali tunaomba usaidizi.
It's child participation. Onto my participation, it gives the child the which brings me to my second point. When I because before the child is taken, the child to make standing here. We are talking the subject matter here is the child and the participation of the child. And so we could not be seated here arguing about the child will not be involved in the decision. The challenges as they come in. This is because when the child is the challenges which she is facing, which are addressed during the process. My third point, the child protection validates the process of reintegration. This is because the legal procedures are all into consideration. Like kindly cross over and join us in support than this without the child. Thank you.
I tell you, it is getting. Hey, the animation. Killer. Hey. Fire, missiles, my way.
And not what to think. I'll go straight to my points. Standing before you is Grace Moore. Reintegration. Success. If it fails or if it fails, the child will start to become the will took part in decision. And if it failed, the will end up blaming the child that the decision arrived at was entirely all. Just a quick example, maybe from an abusive environment. Driving you to my second point, it is supported by an African proverb that says, I'll quote it for it for example, we refuse to go with their kids or join their kids simply because of poverty. But do you know what an adult will do? Well, I'll help you know what an adult will do. An adult will look at the picture of this child's future life. If you're going to leave children hard decision moves like reintegration, then chances of going for easy options higher, hence frustrating the whole process. My third point, child participation is not all in the rights of a child. That's the UNCRC. A child is a human being under the age of 18. Integration. If the definition of a child is anything which is one-sided, that favors mature children and children with disability. I rest my case.
Nintendo MC has exactly needs. Now I look to Kisumu. Watu wana uchumi, watu wa Dallas. I have been deserted for and more difficult to the judges.
You know, someone who is learning, someone who can make decisions and say that is like my beautiful sister. You are grown up, you can think of yourself. And that brings me to my first. A child should be having a freedom of expression. We should not just take a child from where he was and take it somewhere where he or she don't like. And you want to tell me that that child there will be very comfortable and will fit in the society. The second point, that is the so that when he goes out there, he knows that I'm going to experience this, I'm going to encounter this is the weather there, this is how people live. I will not be getting some. For example, I was sleeping in a duvet, in a very good duvet, while in SOS. But when I go there, I'm in the process of integration, I will not being ambushed that you are just going tomorrow, I just take you out of SOS, take you out there. What will happen to you? You will fall off, you'll go back to the street because the decision that these people was not comfortable to you. And that's bringing me to the that is when you involve the child in the integration process, this child will know and work hard in this place. I want to do this and this. But when you don't, how will you know up there? There is people suffering. There is people doing this. You will not be able to know that. To share this method, participate in this process. It gives the government easy time for them to know where they want somewhere. No, are normally found in the streets. So their integration process is taking place. Yes, you did not know process, you're not involved. So that you can owning that process. You cannot start telling me that you are just taken from the street and brought to SOS without any intervention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
People of Nyara, what let me finish. Sindio? Yes, let me finish. Contestant, unaendaje? Ama tumalizie hapo? Tuache? Tuache? And say the next contestant please come. It's very intimidating looking. Hey.
Like to draw your attention into classes in childcare known as best interest of the child. Immediately, the proposers of this motion understand them. We have nothing to debate about here. Who understand make them for the best. It is unbiblical. Many of you will be wondering how, but let me say this. The first thing as I could have agreed, I'm sure I participate.
I think I need security, security of Kenya, security. Now you go to the Bible. How contestant number 5.
I'm here to propose involved in that. Now we are talking about reintegration, and this is SOS, and also the lives that are concerned. Stop on reaching such goals such as stealing and being bullied. their participation is encouraged, they get the rare opportunity of choosing the alternative care that will guarantee parental love and protection. This prevents further relapse where a child may opt to escape back the biological home to the charitable children institution. My third point is it fights ignorance. When a child is involved in the participation, the elements of his ignorance is being overcome. My fourth point is in the participation. Involve the child, you'll know that the security of that place is not good. So you should know the safety measures to take across that. My fifth point is it raises the self-esteem of a child. When you include me in a conversation like that, you are trying to bring me up to my self-esteem. My parents involved me in this participation. That's why I'm able to stand here and speak. And that's why I have high self-esteem while I'm standing right here in front of you. Again, it creates good relationship with their people. Hold a child in a conversation, you're creating good relationship with them. The way the SOS have brought me up, they have included me in such conversations, in such conferences. That is the reason why I'm good in building relationship with even the judges and even Mr. Walter here. I'm good in building relationship with other people who are not members of the alternative care and even all the organizations around there. My seventh point is it helps the government to achieve its goal. The governments are the ones who are enforcing this issue of reintegration. And so when the child is engaged in this participation process, it enables the government to see that at least we have achieved our goal of reintegrating this child. And my last point, allow me to take a minute to say this last point. As it assists the child to be given the best quality education, since every issue will be addressed. When you include a child in a conversation, it enables that child to have the best quality of education. Just the same way we are in good schools, we are studying in good schools. Reason being, we have been included in that participation. Which school do you want to? Veronica, are you comfortable with Huma Girls? Yes, I am comfortable. And that's why when I go there, I study well and even become the president of Huma Girls. Reason being of that person. I raise my case. Thank you so much.
Hey. Huku ni kunoma. Huku ni kunoma. When you run there, unajipata huko offside. You're alone, wewe na goalkeeper. Ukirudi huku, cycle is being quartered. Where do we go now? Where do we go? Yes, I don't envy you. The last contestant. Big guy.
I know there's no argument about the current process. In fact, neither of us is against it. But the issue is or not. From the so before you cross over, you guys are lucky. You're lucky to have an opposer like me. An opposer is here to help you and not to argue with you. I'm here to help you understand that child participation is not necessary and therefore not better. So before you cross over, allow me to help you with 15 reasons. But because of time, I'll only give you 3. I'll try to give you 3. The rest will follow me. I'm sure you'll thank me for this. So on to my first reason or first point is that the nature of the mind of the child doesn't allow him or her to participate in such a critical topic like reintegration. I'll start by quoting one of the words of the greatest psychologist of interpersonal relationship, Rizada. He once said that all children suffer from dependency personality disorder, abbreviated as DPD, and therefore they're incapable of making the decision on their own. Children are also being compared with divergent-minded people. The divergent mind are preoccupied with multiple of interests. They want everything at once, and that's what they're characterized by confusion, low self-esteem, decision making, decisiveness, and poor time management. So tell me, do you still want these people to participate? The answer is no, they're incapable. And I want to tell you, proposals, that believing children can participate in such a critical topic like reintegration is like believing gravity can make you fall in love. On to my second point. My second point is child participation doesn't work in all circumstances. I believe we all did our primary education and we all sat for that KCPE exam. And we all know that each question has 4 choices. But I want us to imagine this way, Mr. Walter. What if each question has 1 choice? Obvious, no one consider going for that paper since that is already known. Same to this situation. When a court gives an order that all children to be integrated, we have no other option. And also, when last year we had with that emergency coronavirus, there we didn't have any other option but to let the child go to his family or relatives so for the best interest of him. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to continue helping these proposals, my dear friends, so that they can get to understand that child participation isn't necessary at all. On to my third point. Child participation will lead to stoppage of the process and a stalemate. So I want us to consider this way, that we are both integrating a child, since neither of us is against it, but the difference between us is that you involve the child, but we didn't. So I want to ask you, do you think you'll be successful in your process? Of course it's no. It will lead to your stoppage of the process and a stalemate. But for us, we shall proceed. We shall take the child back to his family or relatives, where he can get protection and care and a sense of belonging and purpose in all spheres of life. Since according to ECFC, reintegration has no harm. It's for the better of the child. Like my fellow proposer said, that it is for the best interest of the child. And stop being selfish. Thank you.
You thought gravity can make you fall in love? Well. This debate has to continue. As you ponder on that, as you ponder on whether or not you can fall in love by gravity. I'd like to give the first contestant from the opposing team an opportunity to come and tell us whether there are any other strong points that you had that haven't come through, or reduce. Tell them, wakuje aste, wawajue 1 minute on the clock. As they present the points, contestant from Mombasa also get ready, will have 1 minute on the clock. Karibu sana.
As I start, you've said it's of the best interest of the child. That is why we have guidelines. And all these guidelines are followed during the integration process as well as child participation. I hope you are understanding me. That is why I'm saying these guidelines are there so that the best interest of the child is achieved. Someone said Article 15. I talked about Article 53. And it's very wrong when you come here, you never did your research and telling us rumors. Sorry if I offended you. Sorry, I'm very sorry. In schools, we elect, the children elect, under strong supervision of the teachers. That is why child participation is also good, under strong supervision of the adults and the professionals. You've said that a two-year child cannot be involved, that it is impractical. Stop telling us rumors. If it is impractical, go remove it from the constitution, even the UNCRC. It's there. Child participation is there, and it is truly emphasized that the child must participate. Then stop coming up with this thing that it is impractical. What is impractical? I am welcoming you. Come join us. Let us do it. It is possible. Come. Our ship is not yet full. Our ship is not yet full. In fact, we have 10. Go carry even the rest. Come. Thank you.
Hapa sasa ukileta moto tunaleta inaitwa infano. Safety security inaitwa infano. When you bring a flame, we bring an infano. Hey, mutaleta nini sasa? Bika into us. Sasa usilete jua karibu. Don't bring the sun closer. Contestant number 1 from Mombasa. Your closing arguments, 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, sorry, did the emotion not rest in peace? Oh, so during the battle, we fired some bullets, and also it's like they fired some bullets to their own team, whereby they say if she was Isaac, she would have said no. Do you think that would make Abraham not to be called the father of faith, involving the child? So the bullets that my team released, allow me to read them out. The first bullet was that the nature of the mind of the child does not allow him to participate in such critical thing like reintegration. Child participation does not work in all circumstances, as we have been attested by. The child participation will lead to stoppage of the process and stalemate. Best interest of the child. Child participation is cosmetic, just away the outer cloth, not the inner part. Then we have child participation, it's unbiblical. Child participation may make a child become the burden bearer, whereby the child anaekewa hizo mzigo zote abebe. Child participation is not inclusive. Child participation is impractical. It's just like dragging a dead horse, leading to the complex nature of integration does not allow child to participate in it. It has been tested and failed, and it is time and resource consuming. So I think by that, the motion should rest in peace again, and we don't need people to join us. The motion has rest in peace.
Huu ni ule wakati tunasema judges over you. Unaenda side gani? Unaenda side gani? Ugogo ama ugogo?
Mimi
unaenda wapi?
Okay, ngoja kwanza. One microphone check. Test microphone.
Una test microphone kwanza?
Yeah.
Unaenda mkono wa kushoto au mkono ya kulia?
Mimi niko hapa huku. Tuangalie huku. Judges, mnisaidie.
Very intimidating huko nyuma. Ukiangalia huku intimidating. Ukiangalia huku
my friend.
Tuangalie huku. Camera. Let's smile for the camera. 1, 2, 3. That one we can do. See you. Lakini huku nyuma moto sana.
Cameraman edit huku nyuma.
Bla. Usionekane. Well, judges over to you.
Yeah.
For the sake of time, we would want to bring this announcement to all of us.
Yes.
That the judges, we had a small session. So what's going to happen is they're going to conclude on taking their notes now. And we will request the next group of competitors to come through so that we can give them around 30 minutes at the end, because we still have 2 more groups to come in. We'll give them around 30 minutes to just go and conclude on each and every debate and then come and give us the results at the very end, so that we save on the time we are waiting for them to deliberate and come and give the results. So kwa sasa, it will be a tense moment for team Namturi and another long intense wait for team number that is Kisumu and Mombasa. Sultani, watoto wa Sultani na watoto wa Manyono. Sultan na Anyanyo. Sultan Anyanyo.
My friend,
nitoke huko.
Kile kitu ambacho unangoja ile bombshell ambayo utapigwa nayo inapiga press. Wacha watu watoke hapa, sitaki kuongea.
So
waweke muziki confused.
As I have said before, nothing is very serious. Mnaweza kusikana.
Tusimame, tusalimiane,
tusamaliane.
Na unaambia mwenzako
lakini ile moto yenye ulikuwa nayo na kule tuachie huko. Na huku mwache ile mlikuwa mmebeba. Na hiyo iko mwache huku.
Haya, tusalimiane. Asante sana.
Is that gravity? Hiyo ni gravity. Imefanya kazi yake. Unfortunately, haitasaidia yule rafiki yangu mwenye alikuwa anasema, unakumbuka ile jamaa alikuwa anasema you are beautiful. Yeah. Gravity hizi kusaidia.
Unaweza nikapumua.
Unaweza ukapumua? Mimi bado nangoja. Judges unajua mpaka hatujawarelease.
Judges ndio kiboko yao.
Hatujawarelease. Sasa tutaongeza hii tension, tuongezee tension nyingine juu. Alafu na nyingine tena juu yake. Alafu tungoje. Omera. Hiyo ni ngumu.
By the look of things. Tulipoanza ilianza ikapanda. Sasa tuko tunaelekea kule juu
mawinguni. DJ yenye imetolewa chini tukawekwa juu. Chini. At least that one might console us. It might console us.
Lakini kile niliona walikuwa wanakwambia wewe. 2 minutes. Wakauliza haya, tupige makofi tafadhali.
This one is a special dedication to me and my partner in crime who have been implicated seriously in this debate that tulichagua topic Walter wewe ulisign hadi tulichagua tukakuja tukasema ni 2 minutes. Yeah, basi that one was hard to take.
Tukakaa chini tukasikiza.
That was hard to take in. Hiyo ilitugaona kuwa na mpaka nywele ikasimama.
Mr. Water aenda preview emotion.
Sasa
next akileta
sasa
sana
itakuwa ngumu. Sasa hakuna motion yenye imekuja yenye nimesurvive. For your information, mimi nimekuwa nikigongwa left, right, center, up, down, left, kila mahali. Ya kwanza niligongwa, ya pili nikagongwa, hii nilifikiria imekuwa ngumu. I will survive. Hey, yawa hii mchana hata nimegongwa tena.
Sasa unajua umegongwa sana. Endelea tu. Mpenzi mtazamaji.
Sasa huyu ni mtu wa Arsenal.
Nimejua
huyu ni mtu wa Arsenal mwenye anasemanga nyinyi mnagongwa, mnafanya hivi, mnafanya hivi,
my friend.
Lakini hii
ambayo inakuja.
Yes, hii ndio inakuja. Huyu hii Chebarba.
Hii ya kwanza ulikuwa unasema Kisumu Mombasa ilikuwa tear gas. Hii ni live bullet. Watu ya Chebarba.
Sasa wewe, acha nikuulize tu swali rahisi. Acha nikuulize swali. Uko na bulletproof? Uko na bulletproof?
Nenda.
Sasa kama ulikuwa unajua hizi vitu, kwa nini huku niambia mapema?
I think Mr. Odiamo has the answer. Kwa sababu ukiangalia
Eldoret, Nairobi. Even the next one. Kuna ingine tumeona hapo,
hatutaki kuambia ni nini kitakuwa kinafanyika.
Unajua ile wakati unajaribu kumeza mate alafu inatoka na sauti kubwa inalia. Ndio hiyo sasa. Hiyo ingine, hizo mbili
tuachie Mungu.
Judges, do you have enough full scarps? Enough water? Because these ones kumekuja.
Tuliwakaribisha watu wa Nairobi, walikuwa watu wa Kisumu, tukawakaribisha na nyumba ya Kisumu.
Yes.
Mombasani tukawakaribisha na nyumba ya Mombasani. Sasa hawa tuwakaribisha na gospel tuone.
Ndio ingie kama wamepunguza hasira. Sasa tulainie a nice mix ya gospel peke yake.
Ama uliza one of the judges. No, atuambie tuwape tu songs.
No, nimegongo. Let's ask them. Our church participation. Ni gani? Tucheze gani?
Ni gani?
Tucheze gani? So that you can be nice to us. Tucheze gani?
DJ hiyo. Ya pili judges watuambie.
Ya pili judges watuambie. Ndio wachangamuke kidogo.
Judges.
Ama pia nyinyi ya mpangwingwi.
Judges wanangoja ni moto.
Wana Google.
Judges wana Google. Haya, DJ alright. Is about to
Sasa sasa hapa walikuwa nasema nini? Honorable adjudicators. Mr. Speaker, sir, ladies and gentlemen, I am here. Sasa tuna propose kama tuna propose. Ama tuna propose.
Let's watch.
All right. It is yet another set of debaters. Hawa sasa kumekuja watu wa Chebarwa, Eldoret on the proposing side. We have many hello viewers. Very nice. Alafu tuko na watu wa Nairobi wamefika. Angalia. Wait, say hello viewers.
Hello viewers.
Very nice. Hao ni watu wa online. Si hawa. Mlikuwa mnaambia hawa? Ni ya online. Watu ya online, hao ndio viewers, wana view. Si ndio? Sasa quick run through the rules. So each contestant will get 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock, where you will present your arguments and you will also refute. You will also refute. The first contestants will have an extra minute at the end to give any point that hadn't been said or to refute, because they didn't have an opportunity to refute in the first place. So you gave your points and you went and sat down because there was no other argument on the floor. So you can come back, 1 minute on the clock, and refute. Secondly, there is something that I had missed to mention in the morning, and I think it's important for us to be able to talk about at this particular moment in time. And this is, in this particular debate contest, proposers, these are your worthy opponents. Opposers, these are your worthy opponents. However, in the ND award, there is one more tricky bit that you need to know. Your greatest competitor, Team Eldoret, is not Team Nairobi. For this debate, they are your opponent, but you are competing with other proposing teams from all the locations. You are competing with other opposing teams across all the locations. So at the end of the day, you will get an average score and an average score. We are going to line up all these scores, all the proposers and their scores on one side, and all the opposers and their scores on another side. The team that has the most points in that particular category here, I mean a category of proposers and a category of opposers. The team with the greatest points, the first, second, and third in these two categories will meet tomorrow. So good news is you can lose here, but be the best winner in your category. You get what I mean? So you can get the most points, but lose the battle here. But the war is still continuing. So you'll be able to come in tomorrow. Sawa? So, with that said, vile mumesema ndio na umeonyesha smile, nimeona magegos, then it means it is understood, and now we are relaxed a bit, and we can have the best team emerge the winner in this context. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd want to go and sit down. I have been battered. I have been hit left, right, and center. Please be kind to us. Those are my words. May the best team win. Contestant number 1, please. The floor is yours.
Rob Thomas once said, "You cannot succeed without your participation." I'm Abraham Ochieng from SS Eldoret. I'm here to propose the motion that states child participation in reintegration is better than reintegration without child participation. I'll narrow down to the definition. What is child participation? Participation of a child in decision making in matters affecting his or her life. What is reintegration? Reintegration is the reentry of children from the children institutions into the society. I'll start with the first point. In Luke chapter 2, verse 41 onwards, it tells us the story of Jesus when he was in the temple at 12 years old with the teachers of law. You'll find that teachers of law were asking Jesus questions, and they were surprised at how Jesus was answering these questions. So, what do we learn from this story? That children may have better opinions to air out, and we as adults, we may think that children have no ideas, but they give better ideas. So child participation is very key in the reintegration process. On to my second point. When you involve this child, it raises the awareness. The child is able to know and to be aware of his own rights, and therefore it develops and creates the protection policy. Thank you.
Just when I thought quoting the Bible was over. Tunaanza na hiyo ya kwanza, jamani. Contestant number 1, tafadhali pika hiki glass. Usikuje na force kubwa, pole pole. Karibu tafadhali. Contestant number 1, opposing the motion, please. The floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for awarding me this mesmerizing opportunity to oppose the motion that lays on table child participation in integration and integration without participation. All protocols observed. I'm Queen Latifa, and I come from CV Nairobi. I believe that you have a right to understand the following terms. What is child participation? It is the act of involving children in decisions that concern them, either positively or negatively. And reintegration is the process of taking children back to their home or land of originality. First, I'll go straight to my first point. Non-assurance. I would just like to pose you a question as I start. When you people give birth, you are never asked what names to choose. Either others would have chosen Ben 10 or sort of. So I see no importance in involving children, since children have a tendency of giving to whatever other children consider best or better for themselves. In the sense that in the year 2018, I attended a conference meeting with the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And we consider that a 75 to 70% of children choose whatever other people think it's right. Because my friend said yes, I'll also say yes. And I go to my second point, non-consideration. Before a child is brought to an institution, if the child asked, do you go? Do you want to go? No, the child isn't asked. So if the child is to be reintegrated, I see no point in asking them. Anybody working in an institution, a jail, a refugee camp, or even a children's home has ownership and is well learned, organized, as well as makes meaningful decisions and views. So why question them? I go straight to my third point, rush of time. There may never be adequate time for a child to decide on what to say, hence brings confusion. Remember, proper planning takes time. And you can't tell me that planning your life in a 6-hour panel meeting will decide your whole future germination. Okay. Telling me that because a child said yes will give you a meaningful participation, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Yani ni mimi ama unaweza kukua moto na contestant number 1. Haya, the fire being brought from the other side. This one's a returning fire. Contestant number 2, please be gentle.
Michael Polanyi once said that personal participation is the universal principle of knowing. I am Kate Bahati from SOS Eldoret, and this afternoon I stand here to propose the motion. This afternoon, I want to marry the idea of UNCRC, which states that child participation is a core principle. And for this reason, this is also concurred by the Kenyan Constitution, which states that children or citizens have the right to participate in matters affecting their lives. And in this case today, viewers or audience, I want you to concur with me that the citizen we are talking about right over here is this child. And this child will be violated his or her rights when you don't give her a chance to participate. Running down back to my first point still that on the Education Act 2013, it states that children also are given an opportunity to air their opinions while in school. And that is why up to today, back in our school, Turbo Girls, the captain of the school sits in the BOM to also air out his or her opinions. And this reason, and this is because she's there to, for other children. On to my second point. Children often know much about themselves, and this is because adults ought to think that they know more about ourselves. And for this reason, someone somewhere will tell me that adults are more experienced. Sorry for this, but experience and knowing me are two different things. They never meet in this world. You're living in a house where, for example, you have a child who is smoking bang and you don't know. But today, if I give you the evidence on the deaths, you are shocked. Why? Why don't you use that experience to know that this child is smoking bang? And that is why today I want to say that child participation is much important. And for this reason, when I walk out from the I know that someone will concur with that child participation is better. Adios.
Amesema ama ni Aziz? Ama when siku understand kama ni Aziz ama ni hiyo, but maybe proposal number 2 anaweza kunisaidia. Please take the floor. Take the floor. I'm on my own.
I go by the name Susan Magdalene Kavata, representing SOSCV Nairobi. And without further ado, I'll just go straight to my first point. Fear of the unknown. If a child is being taken care of in a CCI, and then the caregivers comes and breaks the news to the child that they have found his or her own relatives, the child will be damaged psychologically. Why? This is because the child will not be sure whether it is a scam or they have plotted it. My second point, in cases of children in conflict with the law or even the street-connected children, when their participation is encouraged, they get a rare opportunity of choosing alternative care that will guarantee them parental care, love, and protection. The child may opt to escape from his or her own biological home back to the CCI. And to my fellow opponents, I will ask you a question. Why do you think children are not involved in making the school programs? I'll answer that. This is because when they are involved in the process of participation, they do not make decisions. They make decisions that favor only themselves and not considering that of the others. The government has brought up a rule that says every child should be reintegrated back to his or her own relatives. But when we involve the child, he or she might not be ready. Thus, this may lead to the child being rebellious and not considering the government rule. And to my fellow opponents, I have a question. What if psychologically the child is ready to be integrated? What if the child, where he or she is going, they are not ready? And to my last point, the child, thank you.
wait. Sasa, I think I'm on my own. Let me sit like this, and I also give my views. Honorable members, let me give also my views. But anyway, contestant number 3. Contestant number 3, it's your podium. It's your podium, not mine. It's your podium. Now,
my name is Ricky Owando from SSL Eldoret, and I'd like to propose the motion. Involving children in reintegration program will help them deliver best decision. As you all know, all of you here in this room will concur with me that 1 + 1 equals to 2. And 2 heads are better than 1. So if you take the opinion of this child plus the opinion of the adult, put together, we can come to a better solution with a better conclusion. Thank you. I rest my case.
Well, now I am confused. 2 heads are better than 1. Contestant number 3. Is it true? Ama ukona a different opinion? Please, the podium is empty, and thank you very much, audience, for giving them the moral support. Thank you. Mimi peke yangu ndio sijapata moral support. I need PSS.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this precious opportunity to oppose the motion. I was born Timothy Bore from SOS Nairobi. Thank you. Without further ado, I take you through my first point, and this is how it goes. According to my own understanding, reintegrating a child without his or his participation is better because 1, the child refuses to go back to the society due to fear of language barrier. We have shortage of food and change of environment. On to my second point, age consideration. Reintegrating without a child's participation is better because the child to be reintegrated might be under the age of making the right decision. Likewise, if this child is mentally disturbed or uses sign languages for communication, the caregiver might not understand what the child is trying to express. This not only makes it hard, but also makes it that does not only make it hard, but also time wastage to the child and to the caregiver. On to my last point, the child to be integrated, the child might not be involved in the participation. Why? Because the caregiver might not need the views or the perspectives of this child. This reduces the chances of involving the child in the participation. It brings it clearly that there is creation of misunderstanding between the child and the caregiver. Questions to my opponents. This is a question. Take home this. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11. Thank you.
Somebody please Google. Somebody please Google. Google is our friend. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11. When kunaenda kukikua moto, Biblia sasa imerudi tena. After nilifikiri ilianza ikaisha, imerudi tena. Hey, haya. Contestant number 4. Contestant number 4.
SSL it gauges the communication between the child, the institution, and the family. For example, a girl or a boy who is integrated back to the rural home is able to communicate freely with the person being taken to and the institution freely. My second point is that it binds the relationship between the family and the child, in that the child is able to get what is supposed to be gotten by the society and what is required of him or her. I rest my case. Thank you.
Two things zenye zimekuwa zikisumbua kutoka hizi debate zianze. Two things. Number one, kesi inapelekwa kotini, we rest. Linarudi, we rest. At least one person killed the motion na ikakufa. Contestant number 4.
As dark as I am, representing the SOS Nairobi, I go by the name Colin Sindala. On to my first point. If you decide to engage the child in participation, the child might experience rebellion. And I pose a question to my contestants. If you were the child, don't you think you could be suffered emotionally, physically, and even mentally? On to my second point. Consent. Due to child participation, reaching the desired decision might be difficult because both parties disagree. The question is why? This is because the guardian might decide to reintegrate the child while the child himself has to undergo some signing of documents so as to come to the agreement. On to my third point. Reintegration without child participation is better in the basis of mental adjustment. This is brought by the fact that if the child is aware of the change, he or she might be reluctant, and this makes the process a bit tough. If the child doesn't know, the process may be smooth in that it will happen according to their will, and the child is not obliged to object. On to my third point, passing it as a question. If you are the child reintegrated, would you like to miss the opportunities that are offered in the organizations? That's a food for thought to my contestants and to my audience. Ciao.
Where I come from, chao ni mtu. Chao ni jina ya mtu. So kama chao ako hapa, awache kutusumbua sana. Kuja tu tumalize ile neno. Ama namna gani? Si ndio? But please, hii moto inaenda ikikuwa mingi, judges, do you have water? Ama you are hot? Mepata crash. Let us fill the judges. Contestant number 5.
My name is Benta Daisy from Eldred, and I'm here to propose the motion. I would like to start with psychological preparedness. This is when the child is ready and knows that at this time I'm going to be taken to this place, and also has an idea of the place. So, for my case, if I'm psychologically prepared and I know where I'm going, I will research on my community. I would want to know the do's and don'ts in our society. I would want to know how my community relates with other community. I don't agree with the idea that you come and tell me today that you're taking me back to my people. This may lead into depression, stress, and anxiety. I will go on to my second point. The child will be able to identify his need at the planning phase. Maybe James, my friend James is coming from Turkana and I am coming from Eldoret. In Eldoret, we practice agriculture, but in Turkana, they don't. So James will be able to identify that in Turkana, there is lack of food. How are you going to help me while I'm there? How are you going to provide food for me? So I would want to ask, I would want to talk about what my opponents have talked about, that maybe the people are not prepared. That is why we bring in psychological preparedness, so that when the child is taken back to the place, maybe the people will be torturing the child. The child will know that when I'm taken back to that place, those people will torture me. So how am I going to deal with them? What am I going to do to cope with the torture that they are going to give me? I would also want to say that when the child is psychologically prepared and knows where he or she is going to go, the child will be the child will be able to know. Okay, when the child knows that I'm being taken back to this place, the child will be able to identify the needs of this place. Maybe the basic needs now, food, shelter, and clothing. Like right now in Baringo, there was going on between the community was. The child will know that I'm not going to be getting food, shelter, or clothing because of this and this. How the child will not be able to learn because of the child will not be able to learn because of what's going on. The child will not be thinking about learning comfortably, but running comfortably. I raised my case.
Well, I will not belabor the point. I turn to my fifth contestant. I'll turn to my fifth contestant. And as the fifth contestant comes, I'd request that the proposing team be ready with your points, send them to your first contestant so that you can give the closing remarks after.
I am Monica Mugire representing SOS Nairobi and I'm opposing the motion. First of all, I'll just go straight to my points. My first point is child participation leads to poor performance in school. By this, I'm trying to show that when a child is included in participation, the child will lose most of his time at school when he's supposed to be studying. He will lose most of the time thinking on whether the people involved in the matter will decide on him or her to go back or not. So when the child is expected to be studying, he or she will be using that time thinking. My second point is it is the home of origin. If the child is living in a village or with foster parents, I don't think there is any need for the child to be involved in any kind of a meeting concerning the matter. This is because if the owners of that place want the child to go back, the child will still go back. Even though the child will be involved in the participation, he or she at the end of it all will go back to the home of origin if the owners of the home want him or her to go back. So there is no need of the child to be involved in the participation. My third point is involving the child in the participation might increase the pride of the child in the wrong way. By this point, I'm trying to show that the child will start showing ignorance, pride, and don't care attitude. Since the child is consulted, it gives him or her this feeling that she's more important than anyone else and that nothing can be done if he or she is not consulted. And this attitude causes the child to degrade other children and the caregiver. So the child will start showing and the caregiver. So the child should not be involved in the participation because this attitude could lead to poor performance at school and also will lead to poor living standards in the future. Above all this, I just want to tell you that if a child is involved in participation, the child might feel that he owns the world or that he is better. My case.
Is about to be rested. The case is about to be rested if we get the final comments and the closing remarks from the first contestant from the opposite side. The floor is open.
Okay, I'm back again to give the final thought from the proposer's side. It is the right of a child to participate in matters affecting his or her life, and therefore this child should be given a chance to air out his or her opinions, and the opinions should be put into account. We as adults, we know very well that even children are a diverse group, in this world, and therefore we should involve this child in the process. I would like to finalize with a thought by Maria Dell. She said, when we increase the active participation of and partnership of young people, the better we serve them. Then I would like to ask a question from Kavata, who said that after the rush hour. Can I ask you, are we after the time of the comfortability of the child? Because this child, he or she was being brought from the institution, it was for the comfortability. So are we after the time of the comfortability? Eshonte.
That one. Confusion in our contestants number one. Your closing comments.
Back again, Queen Latifah. Yeah, and yes, two heads are better than one, and that's a grown-up and an adult. But do you consider an adult and an adult? Think about it, and don't go black. I did my own research, and according to the UN published research, I did my own survey only to find out that the migration should be encouraged without any conditionalities. And from the opposite side, will it make sense to surely go against the world's most affairs? And on physiological preparedness, what if the child, him or her herself, is not prepared to go there and the relatives are prepared? Don't forget again, don't go black. And for this, always say bye-bye.
I can see again. I'm on my own. My fellow MC ameamua ng'ang'ana peke yako. Hii mambo ni moto. Ni fire. Don't worry. Hivyo tunaendaga. Nimefloat. Umesikia tumeambiwa sijui amesema nini? Asian? That one. Na tukapewa jina ya mtu mwanzo wawili, Chal na Adis. So tukiendelea mbele, I know you are not here when I made this announcement, but due to time, what's going to happen is the judges will complete their notes right now, and I'll allow you to just mingle between the two of you because it's never serious. They came with bullets and fire. You came with bazookas and I don't know, missiles. Lakini at the end of the day, you unaweka silaha yenu pale, wao wanaweka yao pale, and then you can shake hands. Unaweza mwambia bana, wewe ulinipeleka mbio ama ulinipeleka polepole, and then after that, I'll allow you to go back and have a long wait for the results, because the judges will take another debate as we wait. So relax, feel at home, you can shake hands, DJ unaweza ukapatia nyimbo. Hawa ni watu wa nyumbani, kwa hivyo usiwapatie ngoma mbaya, uwapatie zile zenye zinaendanga kama hivi. Hiyo ndio That is the spirit, yenye tunataka. Watu wanashindana kwa kiwanja alafu wana shake hands.
Yeah.
You can hear them interacting and having a good time. That is the spirit. No.
Yes.
Wangwana, si niwapatie nafasi mtembee aste mwende mketi pale kwa maringo. Kwa maringo hakikisha unapata mzako kwa kidogo. Maringo pole anza haya hizo Huku sasa iko moto mara mbili. Moto mara mbili.
Yes, ni moto. Wanasema kwa hiyo debate ongeza ngazi.
Sasa moto alamu kabla watoke wanaweza stage ikikuwa moto, hata tuwezi kukaa hapa karibu, inabidi tukue kando kidogo.
Haya.
Well.
Next.
Hey.
Next.
Hii sasa
tukia wenzako kuambia hii ni moto. Angalia wenzako kuambia hii ni moto.
Hii
sasa mimi
DJ hii.
Hapa tunaanza, wacha kwanza tuanze na watu wa Mombasani. Tukitoka Mombasani tuteremke tukuje hadi wapi? Meru.
Mimi nakwambia hii
tukitoka Meru
hii hata mimi tena mkao huko nyuma. Mbona wewe jamaa mwenye kuna mgongo uko nyuma?
Haki hapa.
Angalia tu mimi kama mwenye kuna mgongo uko nyuma. Nimeona. Unaona hapo katikati kuna kiti? Hapo ndio nitaenda kujifikiria. Watu wanapenda kunigonga gonga. Baada hawatanifikia. What do you think?
Acha tufanye hivi. Tuachie judges.
Lakini unajua hawako wengi judges. Wananigonga tu mimi pale.
Si kwa sababu nimekana boss.
Basi tunakwambia nataka
ishu yote kwa huko kwa huko. Haya. Next on stage. Mombasani.
Mombasa and Team
Meru. Haya, wacha tunaona Mombasani. Haya, tuweze kusimama wote, alafu my MC, kuna kitu umerealize how to be ambassador.
Nimekwambia usiangalie sana huku wala tukae hivi, tuseme tukiangalia huku au ambaye huko hivyo.
Haya, tunataka just wewe hakikisha kwamba unaangalia kamera zetu ziko wapi. Kamera ziko pale, hakikisha kwamba na wewe hizo kamera kwa wale nyinyi ambao tuko hapa, wewe just wewe tu sasa wale majamaa pale kwa kamera,
waambie hello viewers. Yes, hiyo ndio watu ya online. Tuwaambie hello viewers. Tuko kwa TV.
Alafu wale wengine hao wanaitwa wapenzi watazamaji.
Wasikilizaji.
Wapenzi wasikilizaji.
Watazamaji ni wale wanakuona kwa TV.
Wapenzi wasikilizaji.
Radio.
Sasa nataka tusalimie wale wapenzi wasikilizaji, tuwape salamu zao wapenzi wasikilizaji. Salamu za wapenzi wasikilizaji, wacha tuone salamu za wapenzi wasikilizaji. Sisi tutaangalia tu, wacha tuone kile ambacho tutafanya. Nini salamu zenu kwenda kwa wale wapenzi wasikilizaji? Haya, asante sana. Kutoka Team Meru. Meru. Haya, tuone salamu kutoka Meru. Wacha tuone salamu za Meru. Haya, wacha tuone salamu kutoka
Bwana 001 Sipungani
Sumbawanga. Haya, wacha tuone salamu kutoka Pwani.
Ndio hiyo sasa, ndio hiyo. Sijui kama ni kusongesha hewa, nasongesha yeye. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Hii ni kikosi ingine noma. Acha tutoke hapa. Nile tunapeana unapeana as I give the rules. You may have the seats. Wageni waheshimiwa. Now, I have given you 30 seconds. 30 30 seconds. If you do not have water, don't blame me. Kama uko na peseta, make sure you may increase heart rate ikuwe a bit high. Alafu kama wewe ni yule mtu wa kulialia wa haraka, look for the nearest exit on this side or on the other side. Mwisho kabisa, tukue very attentive. Hii ni moto. As I told you, it's only in Meru, where a lion was killed by a cow. But remember, the only village with a coconut tree, tuliambiwa iko wapi? So very unique locations, very unique. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll all have 2 minutes to present your arguments. You'll come, present your argument. You'll have an opportunity to rebut, that is to counter the argument within those 2 minutes. Contestant number 1 from the proposing side, you won't have a moment to rebut because they haven't said anything. So I'll give you a moment to summarize your points and also to rebut once contestant number 5 is done. Okay? The same with contestant number 1 from this side or any contestant of your choice, but 1. You'll have 1 minute to come here. One more announcement that I forgot to mention in the morning that is very important. Team Mombasa is your worthy opponent in this debate. Team Mombasa. Team Meru is your worthy opponent in this debate. However, you have other competitors that you may not compete with in this debate. For your team, you are proposing, so you are up against other proposing teams from the other 5 locations. You are now opposing this motion. There are other teams that have also opposed this motion. So you are competing against those teams as well. So what's going to happen is, at the end of this debate, you will be given a score. A score. Pia ninyi mtapewa a score. With that score, I'll put all the proposing teams together with their scores. All the opposing teams together with their scores. Number 1, 2, and 3 will be here tomorrow. Number 1, 2, and 3 will be here tomorrow. So make sure you've got the best points and you accumulate the best marks, because you could win the battle but lose the war. Or you can lose the battle but find yourself in the war tomorrow. So make sure you accumulate as the maximum points you can gather here, so that when we list the proposers and the opposers, your name features, so that we can see you again tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end, the last debate for the day. And that's why I'm telling you, kama hauna maji, by the time you go and if your peseta is set at a very low heart rate, we have organized for an ambulance. we thought we would use it. But if you don't pump up the heart rate, we'll have to use it to take you to the nearest hospital, and the nearest hospital is just next to the gate. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to these two teams as they close the day, and let's also appreciate our first contestants from the only village in the coconut tree. Karibu.
All protocols observed. Good evening. Yes. Before any ado, it is important for us and my able opponents here to understand what child participation and reintegration is. My name is Constant Midarimi from SOS Mombasa. Child participation is one of the core principles of the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child. Article 12 of the Convention recognizes the children's right to be heard. According to UNICEF, child and youth participation is the informed and voluntary involvement of children, including those from marginalized communities, children of different ages and abilities in issues that affect them directly and indirectly. On the other hand, reintegration as used in childcare is the process of moving a child from his current care option to another care plan, preferably his or her family of origin, by following clear guidelines and elaborate process. This brings me to my first point. Child participation is a civil right to the child. Article 12 of the United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child states that every child capable of forming views has the right to express those views freely in all matters affecting him or her, and that the views must be given due weight in accordance with their age and maturity. Not only is it a fundamental right, but the Committee on the Rights of the Child in UNCRC has identified it as an underlying principle which must inform the implementation of all other rights. Article 5 clarifies that when providing direction and guidance in the exercise by children of their rights, parents and other guardians must have regard to the evolving capacities of the child. In other words, they need to recognize that children acquire skills through participation. In this regard, children should be at the center stage in decision making involving the care option in which they are in. Reintegration is a process that will make a complete shift of the child or young person's life, failure to which a good process will turn a tragedy. From this argument, child participation being a civil right, it means it has to be exercised in all situations involving the child, reintegration being one of them. Thank you.
Well, it has started na rate ya Chebara. Tumeanza mbio. Hey, contestant number 1, opposers. Usitupeleke mbio sana, sisi ni wasee.
Child participation. Why are we not to choose the judges here? If you told me, I would rather choose our educator here to be one of the judges, or even the national director, Mr. Walter Odhiambo, to be the judge. But here we are, our judges in front of us. Joseph Mutembei opposing this motion that spells child participation in integration is better than integration without child participation. Involving a child in this process may develop a fear in this child. Take for example in SOS, a child has been brought up 6 months, was brought in the institution while he was 6 months old. You come and tell the child that you have found his relative and you want the child to participate in their integration process. The child doesn't know the characteristics of the relatives, the lifestyle of this relative. He has been living all his life in an institutional care. You come and tell this child that you want to participate, yet the child doesn't know anything about this person. The child may develop the fear of the unknown. So to me, involving a child in this participation may bring more harm than good. Manipulation. Research has proven that a child's mind is easily manipulated by petty things. Manipulation here occurs when a child is done favors in order to be engaged in the process. Allow me to use one of my friend Ben in school while in class 6 as an example. Ben was approached by a fellow student
and was heeded with advice on how to access quick money. What was the result? Ben engaged in mischievous behavior, ending up violating the school rules. On length demotion, a child may be easily manipulated, ending up making wrong decisions. I see that you are now jumping from a frying pan into a fire. Indeed, let the battle begin.
Contestant number 2, the battle has just begun. Ni ukweli ama hiyo ni sauti ya chura? Yes, contestant number 2 from Mombasa. The floor is yours.
All protocols observed. Good evening. Thank you, speakers, for giving me this opportunity to propose the motion that states clearly child participation in integration is better than no child participation. Perhaps we have been wondering who this young idol is. Chris Mugune's my name. Let me take you back to where child participation rule first originated from, and that brings me straight to my first point. Child participation is a United Nations Convention for the Rights of the Child policy, and Kenya is a signatory. What does it mean? Kenya has to obey the conventional rights. Being a binding agreement, there's no other way out. Child participation has to be practiced in all decisions that affect the child, integration being one of them. Clearly, my opponents cannot oppose an international policy guideline. This policy was there and it will be there. It was signed by all member states. It needs to be followed. And to the second point, child participation sanctifies the implementation of decision making during the process. How? When a child is involved in the integration talks, he or she gets to know these people well and understand the joining point of acquaintance. As we all know, action speaks louder than words and seeing is believing. You get to see and interpret the body language and reaction towards issues being tackled. For example, when it comes in evidence of the property left by the deceased parents. A great philosopher by the name Immanuel Kant once said, and I quote, "Life is a book, every day a new page, every month a new chapter, and every year a new series." So child participation has to be practiced in all decisions that affect the child. In this integration, it gives a clear picture of who these people are, how they are, and what to expect from them. So my great proposal that I just ask you to just go to the floor and join me on this motion that sets clearly child participation in the integration of the time. Thank you.
The side that she's coming with, leaving before papaya.
Let me start with the Kiswahili word. Kelele za chura hazimzuii ng'ombe kunywa maji. As the say goes, if a person gives you lemon, use the lemon to make lemonade. Marion Angela opposing the motion. Reintegration with child participation is good, but it is better reintegration without child participation. Why? It requires a lot of mentorship, which may lead to misleading since a child may be convinced by an elder to either accept or refuse reintegration. If you are not involved in being brought into the institution, why then are you being involved in being taken back to your parents or your relative or being taken to the foster care? The child preferences will be highly considered, and this is because the child will always make decisions that favor them. This might come from the freedom that they want to have. For example, our institutions, we have limited freedom as compared to outside world. The children who want to participate, I believe most of them are in adolescent stage. And because they want to cut off the limited freedom, they may accept the freedom that they are looking for. Judge Elizabeth, I believe you know the cost of too much freedom. Allow me to pose a question. Why do you think the school does not allow students to participate in school timetable and rules? Well, I'll answer you why. This is because they may want entertainment Monday to Friday, and this cannot be, because learning must be appropriate. Students go to school, and most of their time should be in learning. The youth can walk faster, but only the elders know the way. In traditional African culture, it has always that the adults choose the marriage partners for their children, and the children did not participate. And the marriage lasted long. Look at nowadays. Children are participating. They are being given freedom to choose their marriage partners. And you know what? Their marriage are not working. Let's allow reintegration without child participation. Thank
Sasa. I am happy about one thing. I'm not in the crossfire. Like Elizabeth, Kangana. Hey, contestant number 3. The judges are here. This is David, Elizabeth, and Emilia. Mimi siko huko.
Thank you, my able speaker, for giving me this golden opportunity to propose a motion that says child participation in integration is better than non-child participation. Speakers, my arguments are going to be based on Africa's best leaders ever, the late Nelson Mandela, and it says there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul rather than the way in which it treats its children. This clearly takes me to my point. Child participation is an ongoing process. Article 12 of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child states that child participation is an ongoing process including mutual respect and dialogue between adults and children to come to a consensus. Mr. Speaker, in 17th to 21st November 2019, I had the privilege to attend the 30th Summit of the United Convention Right of a Child at Kenyatta International Convention Center in the presence of His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, Cabinet Secretary for Finance, His Excellency Ukur Yatan. And the agenda there was child participation. And in the summit, there were other leaders from abroad who came to contribute on the impact of child participation all over the world. So I'm just wondering how and who are my opposers to oppose what other delegates from abroad can come and instill so that can be put in force. Who are they to oppose it? Mr. Speaker, and I want to object what they just said, that child participation instills fear in the child. How can you instill fear when you are sensitized on what you are going to get at your community? How? Thank you, I raise my case.
Swali nyeti, nilikwambia kama hauna maji, pambana na hali yake. Sisi tulijaribu kuwapanga, munasema hakupangwi. Shida yenu. That was short and swift. Contestant number 3. Contestant number 3. Nilikwambia huku ni moto, my friend. Ulikuwa nafikiria haya kati huko.
Allow me to clear the air. Bridget Karemi opposing the motion that states child participation in reintegration is better than reintegration without child participation. According to the Article 12 written by the Family Court, most children, overall 70%, indicated that being asked does put them in a difficult position. Of the 11 who rejected this idea, 8 had been exposed to violence or experienced abuse or neglect, and 1 was unhappy with her father's continued denigration of her mother. The reason other children say it did put them in a difficult position concerned the consequences for their parents being hurt or upset, or for themselves being sad or worried, or not waiting to choose, or being scared or making the wrong decision. 4 children expressed concern that a parent might hit or hurt them or not let them in the house. It may also lead to disadvantages like, what if you don't meet the expectation of the child? When the child participates, he or she may have high hopes for their expectation to be met. For example, I believe that my relatives can accept me. It will be heartbreaking when at last my expectation going back to them may not be met. As I conclude, the proposers proposing this motion, I think someone is playing with your mind. I rest my case.
In the place where we come from, tunasemanga keke. The length of that keke means a lot. Judge David, ukisema keke, hiyo umeshtuka. Ukisema keke, unatafuta kiboko. Anyway, karibu sana. Umekuja mbio yote. Tafadhali, have mercy on us. Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my honorable adjudicators, for taking your time to listen to this debate. First, life doesn't just start, it happens. It requires our participation. Just that is my name from Mrs. Mombasa. I'll first start by interjecting my colleague, Mr. Speaker, and our honorable judges. Don't be intimidated. These people are giving us statistics that are coming from unknown place, so please be aware. Integration is a life-changing process that means sensitization. I would quote, the integration with nature well-being is a recovery spontaneity. Remember, we are dealing with a child, we are dealing with a youth, we are not dealing with a robot. Please, my friends, stop lying to us. A robot is the one that can be taken to a certain environment and it can adjust, but a human being has to cope with what is there. So what do I mean? Bring the child to board, let the child get into the board to voice out his own suggestion. Don't deny the child the right. This is his right. I remember my physics teacher, also my science teacher in primary, told me that there is something called force. My colleagues here are busy talking of that. That is force. Don't force the child. On to the next point, the child becomes an advocate. What do I mean? He or she is able to attest to what he is seeing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give myself as an example. During the COVID-19, Mr. Walter can attest to that, my judges can attest to that, that we were given some guidance by the government that one way of curbing the COVID is by ensuring there is social distance. So what did I do? I was taking to my people. What did I see? I underwent a lot of positive and negative influence. So I'm in a position to bring this influence to this child outside there. So I am an advocate. So please, my fellow colleague, it's too early, you can still join. Thank you.
It is too early. It is too early. It is too early. Meru. It's too early. It's too early. And the game is still on. Contestant number 4. Kuja. My friend, muketi vizuri. Naona watu wamekaa for 8. It's never serious. Sit nicely. Eric. Anajasiwa maji, lakini kalia kitu vizuri. Unaanza kukani, my friend, utamaliza kuja. Karibu.
I'm not afraid to speak facts to bring sense to the senseless. Edna Modoni opposing the motion that spells reintegration with child participation is better than reintegration without child participation. First things first. Do you want to use articles to manipulate children? Because all of you are using Article 12 of the Convention of Children. Do you want to use it to manipulate children? And again, I would like to answer you. We are not giving you statistics from unknown places. They are from the family courts. Please go and do more research from the family courts. Research from the ladder of participation by children states that participation by children is a naive notion for children simply because they do not have the decision-making power for adults. The children are too vulnerable to make decisions, in that they make these decisions which are not favorable. Remember that reintegration is there to stay. So when you tell this child to participate in the reintegration process, you simply want to force yourself to cut off this reintegration process because the child might refuse to take part, might refuse to be reintegrated. According to the African culture, adults are known to make decisions for the young ones. We all know, according to African culture, that these children, that these adults make decisions for these children which suits them best. I'm simply saying this because children can ride on what the adults drive. Why do you think the child marries and excites aloud? I'll answer you. It's because they know that the parents will hold them when they're about to learn. The parents will make a good choice for them to learn when they're about to fall. I rest my case.
Facts comes the facts. I mean, we are looking at the same thing here. As it concerns participation by both sides. Hey, yeah. You know, contestant number 5. Karibu.
You spoke of traditional African society, something like that, but please note that we are in the 21st century. I don't know which world we are living in. I am a fighter, and in fact, I'm madly in love with fighting. I believe the right terminologies are, I'm head over heels in love with fighting for child participation. That's why I stand here to strongly propose the motion that states clearly, child participation in reintegration is better than without child participation. To my first extremity, child participation creates ownership of the process. The active engagement of children provides information and insights into their lives, with which to inform legislation, policies, budget allocation, and services. Standing here, I'm proud by the virtue of being the SOS Ambassador 2021. In the month of February in this same year, I got an opportunity of engaging with the committee of members of the Parliament who are collecting views of the children on the Children Act Amendment Bill 2020. I am keenly waiting when this bill will be made law. This is because I know I am a participant to it. This is the same way that other young people and children will feel when they are actively involved in the process of reintegration. Failure to which, children who are reintegrated without being 100% involved will disown the process, hence a wastage of resources. To my last extremity, child participation develops leadership skills, increase self-esteem, promotes creative and critical thinking. Now let's analyze the 4 areas that are very important in the growth of a child. The first one is self-esteem. How did you feel, Mr. Walter, during your childhood when you were told to give an opinion in your family? I'm sure you felt being in Cloud 9. Did that not raise your self-esteem? Of course it did. How about developing leadership skills? When children are actively involved in the process of leadership, it's a sure way of developing their leadership skills. This is because one of the main components of leadership skills is decision making. Do you want to give us leaders who cannot even make decisions for themselves? That's nonsense. I rest my case by saying this.
John Redman once said, "It is better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it." I rest my case knowing that I have debated this question to the best of my ability.
Contestant number 5. Walter amerushia risasi moja, anaanza kucomplain ati kutoka hapa naenda kwenye sijui wapi, anaanza kurushia risasi. Nimepigwa na mimi na bado niko hapa. Yeah. Contestant number 5. Take it away.
My fellow proposer said that we have false statistics. Where are your statistics? Saying we are forcing these children, you are just building castles in the air. And as for women team, we don't deal with rumors, we deal with realities. A great philosopher by the name Job Drake quoted that decision making is like a path which everyone follows and it will lead to the success or the destruction of the person. And who is a child according to his case? This is a minor who hasn't attained the age of 18 years. And making this child be involved in this critical decision-making process may lead this child to be depressed. Let me give you another statistic, my fellow members. According to a research done in Bangladesh, India, stated that most children who participated in this process were psychologically depressed. Why is this so? This is because these leaders who are leading them, they entice these children, telling them that this process that you are undertaking, it will be of advantage of you. As our saying goes, what an old man sees when seated, a child cannot see it, even when he or she climbs on the peak of the mountain. Even when should a child participate in this decision, yet an adult can comfortably make the decision for the child. Let us think big and move our minds to the fantasy world and bring them to the world of reality. Let us live in the world of reality, my fellow members. And as for me, Moses Jambo, that is why I traveled 500 kilometers to oppose this motion and bring sense to the senseless. You can run, walk, and fly, but just as my fellow opposer number 2 just said, the only people who know the way are the adults. I rest my case.
Hii imekuwa moto. My favorite MC is saying unaendelea tu kuongea huko peke yako. Nitaongea peke yangu. Iko nini? I'd like to give contestant number 1 for the opposing team an opportunity to come and refute or share any comments that haven't been mentioned. Karibu sana.
1. Guidelines are not there to be observed by everybody, but they're there to promote a given agenda. And in this case, we're talking about reintegration. Now, it is illogical to start thinking of reintegrating a 6-month-old child. Secondly, there is a difference between love and child participation. Marriages fall because the feeling of love has faded away, but child participation is there to sensitize you. When we talk about articles, they have evidence. What about your traditional sayings? Reintegration, my second point, reintegration is a process, not an event. For successful reintegration to take place, according to 2019 alternative care guidelines in Kenya, 7 critical stages are involved. I would like, for the interest of time, to just mention a few of the steps and leave it to my fellow opposers to research more on the last 4. Child assessment. That is, identifying suitability of child A ready for integration and not child B. For example, if the current care is charitable child institution. Second step, family of origin assessment. Here, effort is made to assess the readiness of the family to take the child back. Even the child needs to make visits to such families and give honest opinions about the family. The last and critical step is placement. The actual movement of the child from his current care option to his or her family of origin. Children are not potatoes which can be packed in a bag and transported whenever one wishes, but humans who should be informed when placement is done. Thank you.
nimepewa matunda, sasa nimewekwa kwa gunia kama yes. Anyway, contestant number one from the opposing team, or a contestant from the opposing team, to come and give the closing remarks.
As I was presenting, I was having a blazer, but now I don't have it. Why? Because of the fire that's burning in here. Allow me to open your eyes so that you may see the reality that child participation will bring more harm than good. This is based on the many evidences that have been given out by my colleagues. One of them talked about fear. Do you have any idea of how much harm it can cause to these children? Another one talked about statistics. Remember, numbers never lie. Do not fear to face the reality, no matter how painful it is. Let us join hands, voice up to oppose this motion. We still have enough space, and if the space is not enough, I think Mr. Shadrach and the team can add more chairs because soon we are accommodating the proposals to our side. As my father earlier said, the game is over. My facts are articulate and clear, and I now pronounce game over. Thank you.
Sasa muko tayari kusikia chenye nitasema? Hapana, game is not over. Hey, you think the game is over? Judges have the charge. But first, as I keep saying, it's never that serious, and it's an opportunity for the two teams to be able to, shake hands, say hi as the judges complete their notes, and then we'll allow them to leave the room to go deliberate on the three debates that we have witnessed. The three debates that we've witnessed, and in this particular podium, ladies and gentlemen, we've crossed oceans, rivers, continents. We've had French speakers come here, Spanish speakers, and Portuguese. Wakatutajia mpaka majina ya Kitaita. It's never serious. Walienda wakakaa. Now, tumepewa misemo, heavy things that for the sake of Judge Lillian, we will not repeat. She might be traumatized. But DJ, unaweza kuwekea kama muziki kidogo, we interact. There is a book for one of the contestants, please. I want Ladies and gentlemen, we're just confirming one more thing. But in the meantime, we've got music we cannot finish. Goma ni mingi, hawezi maliza. Hawezi maliza. What happened? Game over. Game over. Ndio ilitolewa. Iko nini? Haya, tulikuwa naona dansa, tulikuwa naona waweza kucheza hapa wakati fulani. Yes. Hao walikuwa ni watu wa wapi? Wale walikuwa ni watu wa Eldoret na Nairobi. Tunataka hapa kuchukua. Haya, asante hizo. Haya, tunafahamishwa kwamba announcement kwa tutulie tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, tuweze kwa announcement please, one announcement. Kule tafadhali, Brandon Nyang'ondi and team. One announcement please, one announcement. Tafadhali. Haya, tuweze kwa utulivu. Haya, hii nadhani wale judges wetu wanaenda kuandaa yale matokeo, na kila ambacho tunataka kuwaonyesha ni kwamba tutakuwa tuna break kwenye kikombe cha chai. Kikombe ya chai. Hatujui ni vikombe vingapi tutakunywa, lakini tunasema kikombe cha chai. Yes. Naomba wale ambao tunaweza kupata lunch, breakfast, mali ambapo ni kama ni lunch, kuingia lunch yako hapo nenda kule, na kama huku kula, kama huku kula pale baki pale. Yes. So let's break for 15 minutes. 15 minutes turudi hapa tuanze announcements tuende nyumbani. Haya, tunapo break for 15 minutes tafadhali. Haya, tungoje kwanza tuanze. Tafadhali ngoja kwanza Mr. Dr. Odhiambo mtatambulia, kisha wale wengine tutawapata. Mimi mtatambulia kisha wale wengine waweze kupata. Haya, tafadhali.